Hello, 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 everybody. Hang on, I'm getting my stuff up here. Where are we at? Here we go. All right. Hey, everyone. Hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. My desk is a mess, sorry. But we're going to get this flipping book done today because I have another book planned. All right, hang on one second. Let me make sure my mods are in here. For the All right. So let's get started. Let me get some of this. I found a little bin to put all my stuff in. So that's what I was working on. Let me get this out of the way. Oh, I can see. Yay. Here we go. All right, you guys. So I'm working on the, I almost said Hidden Valley, like it's ranch dressing. What is it called? Hidden Grove book. It has hidden goodies in it. Okay, let me get all this out of the way. So some quick announcements before we get started. Oh, hang on one second. Let me make sure I'm on with YouTube and whatnot. Here, y'all stare at yourselves. One second. Hidden Grove, not Hidden Valley. Hidden Grove. All right, there we go. All right, we're good. All right, make sure you guys like the live and share and do all that good stuff. Last time we were on, I added in some of the sandy paste right here, which is like grit paste, onto this door, and I'm going to be painting this to make it look like moss. And then I have with these, I'm going to make a little dude or whatever, maybe a couple, I don't know yet. I don't know. We're going to be doing some resin, UV resin, little dudes, and I'm going to put one inside of here, I think. And then I'm going to put something on the other side of this door because it's kind of plain Jane. So let's get that situated so that I'm hoping we get this book done today. Right now, as you can see right here, I have the rest of the fence going around here. And I also have to do the little, what I call the fan dangles, the spine dangles. And then that's pretty much it. And then maybe a little this and a little that and a little bibbidi bobbidi boob, and then it's done. So that's going to be kind of how it goes. Right? Hello, YouTube and Facebook. And anybody joining from TikTok. Hello. And so, announcements. If you didn't hear my announcements last time or haven't seen me in a while, I had 2 releases in washi tape. I had the pinups here. Here, I made this washi holder thing for myself, and I put sand in it so I could use it, so that way I can wheel it. Here's the pinups tape that I designed, and they are in my Etsy shop right now. And I just got word, and so is the circus and the zombie baby dolls. Zombie baby dolls are pre-cut. And I just got word the next 5 washi tapes should be done this week. And then they will be shipped probably the end of this week and here early the following week, or maybe even on next Saturday, a week from today. I don't know. Sometimes they get here pretty quick, and sometimes they get a little bit delayed. They got to go through customs. So I'll have 5. And since you guys are on my live here, I'll tell you what they're actually called. Oblivion, Highland Cows, Black Swan, Gods and Goddesses, and Labyrinth. Those are the next 5. And I just got the next 7 sent over for production, and they will be going, they're in pre-production right now, and 4 of those will be pre-cut. So I'm up on it. And in the meantime, I'm working on the next collections and some papers. So that's that. So these are in my Etsy shop. You can go, let me put these somewhere, and look at them and do all kinds of stuff. And then the last time we were on live, we had a giveaway, and I may do a giveaway coming up this week because it's the last week of school. Yay! That makes me so happy. Let me move this. Oh, that does fit. So that makes me super happy. I'm a homeschool mom, wife, mother, businesswoman. I do it all. I don't know how I do it all. Everybody always asks me, how do you find the time? I don't. I don't sleep that much. Hold on, I gotta raise up my chair. I got a new chair because I haven't had one in like several years, and it can't. I'm breaking this stuff already. What the heck was that? And I gotta get used to it. I keep rolling backwards, so. All right, so let me go over what we have, what I'm doing here. I got this all taken care of on here and on the side, and the fencing should be dry here in just a few minutes because it's been sitting there for quite a while. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make some resin. Where is that? Oh, here we go. Some UV resin little Nomi dudes. So let me bring you guys down here so you can join the party a little bit better. So UV resin. The UV resin works a lot better on clear molds, the best. And my favorite kind to use is what I call flexi resin. I've had a lot of people give people false information on my post whenever I do use resin. This is flexible resin. It's not that I took it out of the molds before it was all the way cured. It's fully cured. It's bendable. Okay, so yes, this is soft resin. It bends. It's supposed to bend. So don't tell people, oh, she's just taking it out of the mold before she does that. Nah, wrong. Don't do that, because that's wrong. And that's driving me crazy. Hold on one second. I gotta find my alcohol spray. Where did I put? Oh no, that's peroxide. I got the alcohol right here. What did I do with that spray? Stiffen stuff. And all right, let me find it. So what I like to do is when I am doing resin molds, and here's a little tip that I experimented with this last year to see what the best way to do a resin mold is, and somebody gave me a tip on they said if you spray the molds with like alcohol, rubbing alcohol, it helps. But it can't be 70% alcohol. It has to be 90. I found with the flexi resin, it has to be 90% alcohol. And when you do that, it helps pop that sucker out of there a lot easier. So, FYI. And you can buy 90% alcohol like anywhere. You can also use, what's the vodka stuff called? Everclear. Everclear works also. But if you don't want to go into a liquor store, well, I mean, you'll have alcohol forever, and it's more expensive. So you may not want to do that, but it works. So if you have Everclear on hand and you don't have rubbing alcohol, there you go. And let me get my spray. I have a spray over here that I spray on my thingy. they will not stick it. But I'm not going to add very much stuff left to this book because when I kind of get over it, I'm over it. And I've had a lot of people write me, oh, why don't you add this? Why don't you add that? No, I'm not adding nothing else. I don't want to. When you're over it, you're over it. I need to spray. Oh, let me get this. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to dump this one out. But I'm going to get some 90% alcohol, which I have somewhere, but I cannot find what happened to it. Unless my daughter took it for her nails. Which happened. Alright, let me fill this up with some rubbing alcohol. Spray this. We'll get the molds made. Get everything all painted. All happy. And then we'll be ready to go. Hang on, I'm rolling backwards. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. Here we go. So, like I said, I used 90% alcohol. 91%, sorry. This is all I got. I don't know why we have 91% alcohol. I'm not entirely sure why. All I know is it worked. The 70 whatever percent does not work as well. And I have this linked up in my TikTok shop thingamabobber. That way people could see, you know, what it is. I think I'm going to use, let's see. I guess I'll do a couple of different ones here because I got to use this stuff up anyway. So you just want to like kind of spray it all over. If it's got a lot of detail in it, try to get as much of the spray and the alcohol in there as possible. Let me plug in my thing while I'm thinking of it. I have a double UV light, but I use a single mostly, but it has a special plug for it. So let me plug this in so it will be all ready to go. And that's, the other side is in my drawer. Alright, so I'm going to put this in here. This will do a couple of hats. And what this will do is it will help eliminate the bubbles on the bottom. The spray does. And we're going to hit it under the UV light for a few minutes. That should be good. So, and if you get little bubbles on the top, what the alcohol also does is it makes the bubbles kind of rise to the top and then they go and pop. And then if you have any on the top, you have just one little spritz of the spray. And then, oh, that's something on its hat. Then that will be good. Let me just do one more. And unfortunately, this only comes in this size bottle. I wish it came in a bigger bottle, like a big vat of this stuff, because I use a lot of it. But, you know, can't have too much of a good thing. Alright, let me put this right here. I'll do it. It's usually about 3 minutes, but I'll go ahead and I'll put it on there for 5. 91%. It's this. The 70-something% does not work as well. The 91% I found works the best. And the box of, I use this UV resin soft resin. it does not harden. It will stay rubbery, okay, forever. I have some molds in a box that I made last year that are still flexy. Oh yeah, I have some right here actually. I'll show you what it does. I keep them in this little container. I like using these for like if I'm repurposing glass bottles. It can wrap around bottles and stuff really well. So that's why I use it. So here, like here's some stuff that I made last year. It is a little bit like, it's like rubber, so it is kind of sticky if you leave it like in a thing. See, it's flexible resin. Kind of like acrylic stamps. But stuff like this is like a rose thing. If you have like bottles, like I like to repurpose bottles and all kinds of goodies. If I can actually reach it. Hold on. I almost got it. There we go. Like I have this bottle here on right under my desk. And see, when you stick it on there, it will wrap around. And that's why I use it. So then you can make like pretty repurposed bottles. This is an eggnog bottle. And then you just glue it on there. And then when it's done, I'll sit there and I'll paint the whole thing and then paint all the other stuff. But like I said, I have a bunch of like mold. Hang on, this one's stuck to that. Molds that I made from like last year. And see, if you can do it really well with the spray, the alcohol spray, you don't need to get any bubbles in there. I just think it works better. And like I said, I like the option of the flexible. So if I want to do something where I need it to kind of curve around a corner or something like that, I got it off of TikTok shop. It's here in I think that's linked in my showcase. And so yeah, this one's actually a double light. There's another one that goes on the bottom in a little tray that kind of goes in the middle. And it has a special plug, and you can only use the plug that it comes with because it has like a double thing. It will not work with any other little C plug-in thing. I tried it. I did it by accident, actually, and it wouldn't even turn on. The light would turn on, but that's it. So you got to use the plug they give you, which is fine. I got it plugged in over here in case I need it. You're most welcome. So, well, this is Karen. We can chat for a bit. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. I'm just going to kind of straighten up stuff around here so I can do that. So what I'm planning on doing is, I think I'm going to put this, what are you doing? It was on the piano downstairs. That's where I saw it last, the piano downstairs, because I made Ella clean the windows from where Jack was slobbering all over it. Make sure you close the door. All right. So, like I said, I put some of this grit sandy paste on here, and I'm going to paint this to make it look like moss on here. And then the little character that is, you know, getting all happy in there is probably going to go here on the inside because there's like a little gap that I can put in here. Not much of a gap, not that much. Maybe something like, let me see if that one will stick out too much. But there's a little tiny gap, and I may put him like over here like that. And then I also have like some little frogs that definitely can go in there. You know, stuff like that. All right. So you can also tell when it's done because it kind of turns like this yellowish color. See this one? Oh, it's hot. And this one down here hasn't been done yet. Let me get that one. That seems to be the trick. It's 5 minutes. It's one of the first ones that I've had that has a 5-minute one instead of just like 120 seconds, so that makes it nice. So I'm gonna paint this. Let's see. I got some leafy green. I have, let me see, where's that light? Oh, there they are. Let me get the lighter greens out. All right. There's a dark green that I might put. Let me see what else. Oh, I kind of like the avocado green better. I got a lighter green I need to just almost reach it. Ah, there we go. Something like a light green. What is this? This is garden green. Will probably work too. So I'll just get all the greens out. We'll see what works best, and if we need to kind of overlap them, then we will. That'll work. And hey, nothing. Oh my gosh. So Mother's Day was probably the worst Mother's Day I think I've ever had. Okay, wait till y'all hear what happened. My husband was in the dog. He's still in the doghouse. Let me just put it that way. So, Mother's Day rolls around. Ruby comes in, and she even said Happy Mother's Day in front of him. I know, it's tea time. Happy Mother's Day in front of him. And I was like, oh, thank you. And she was like, what would you like for Mother's Day? This is my 4-year-old, okay? Remembered. And I was like, you know what? Mommy, it's good. I just want my favorite meal. I want some meatloaf, mashed potatoes, carrots, and rolls. That's it. Because I don't know what it is. I've been jonesing for meatloaf for like a year now. And no one takes the hint. And so Kaylin was like, I'm going to make I'll make that for you. Okay. And then the day goes on, and Jeremy doesn't say a word to me and everything. I know, it's so bad. And so then he comes downstairs, and I'm just kind of, I guess, giving a look. And he's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, nothing. And the girls don't say a word to him because they love it when he gets in the doghouse. This is the perks of living with all girls. And so then dinner time comes around, like around 4:30, and Kaylin's down there, making the meatloaf and everything. And she said she wanted to do it by herself. So I'm in our room and I'm working on designs and stuff. And Jeremy comes in there. I was like, are you going to be in here? And he's like, yeah. And so I put my headphones on and I started watching something. And he was like, I was like, where are the girls at? And he was like, Kaylin's downstairs making your meatloaf, which I don't know why she's making it today. And I'm like, maybe she just wanted to be nice, And he was like, I was like, are you going to go down there and help her? And he was like, no, why don't you go down there and help her? You're the one who wants meatloaf. I don't know why I couldn't wait until last Sunday or next Sunday. And I'm like, because today's Mother's Day, and at least they said Happy Mother's Day to me. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah. And he looked at his phone and saw it was this, that Sunday instead. He was making me feel bad for like thinking I made them go downstairs to go make me meatloaf and stuff. And he looked at his phone and he was like, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. And he jumped up, ran over to his computer, sat down, got back up, and he was like, I'm so sorry. And then he ran downstairs, and was like, get out of the kitchen to Kaylin, and was like, I'm making it. And so then Kaylin's mad because she was like, I wanted to make the meatloaf. I wanted to make it for Mama. And he was like, fine, you make the meatloaf. And she wanted to make the whole thing. And so he made everything else and was sitting there like just waiting on me, hand and foot. So I sat there and hang on, I got a piece of fuzz. So I sat there, he brought it up. Let me make sure. If it's still a little sticky, you can always cure it just a little bit more. Let me try it this way. And so he brought it up when it was done. And he was like, "How is it? Is everything okay? Do you need anything else?" I was like, "No. Did you call your mom?" He's like, "I'm taking care of you first. Okay? I'll deal with that." Yes, he did. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I ain't done yet. Because this is in a saga all week long. And so now Kaylin's in a mood because he hijacked that. And he's like, "Again, I'm so sorry," and everything. Oh no. This is what happened before that. So I've forgotten to get ketchup. Okay. And I knew it because Kaylin was going to make this meatloaf for me. And I was like, "Oh, I forgot to get ketchup. We don't have any ketchup." I was like, "Well, you could send Daddy to the store. It's just a mile down the road." She was like, "Can you go to the store and get ketchup because I don't have any to make meatloaf for Mom?" And he was like, and he was just huffing and puffing. And he's like, "Do we need anything else so I don't have to go to the store again?" And she was like, "No. Mom just went grocery shopping yesterday. That was the only thing she forgot was ketchup." And so he goes and he takes Ella with him. And I'm like, "Watch, Ella's going to tell him in the car." She didn't say a word, nothing. And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, Ella." And so didn't say nothing to him. And so then he came home and he was griping about having to go to the store. But even when he found out, he didn't even go back to the store to get flowers or anything. He was just like, "Sorry." And then that was Sunday. So then the one thing I asked for Mother's Day was a new chair, a new desk chair, because I've had mine for like 3 or 4 years now and it was old. And the girls told him like the week before Mother's Day too, and a couple days before Mother's Day, they told him, "You need to get Mom a chair for that." This is why he's in the doghouse still. Okay, so my chair was delivered today, and I got a notification that something was being delivered, and I'm like, "What is that? It's like 57 pounds." I didn't order anything. And I looked, and he ordered my chair on my business account with my business credit card because it was a business expense. And I was like, "Hold on, are you telling me that I just paid for my own Mother's Day gift? Are you serious?" I told Kaylin that, and she just looked at me all wide-eyed. "Geez, what's wrong with him? Such a man." I was like, "You're sounding like me now." So yeah, so my Mother's Day gift, I bought it myself. And I'm like, "Oh, that feels a lot better." So I'm like, yeah, that was probably the worst Mother's Day I think I've ever had. And which is unusual because I don't have very bad Mother's Day experiences. Hang on, let me push this out. I'm trying to do this to where I don't. There we go. Pull. There we go. So there's the first one. This is just a little hat. And see, if you look up close, I don't really think, if there's any bubbles in there, there's maybe one. See? So that looks good. And they're, like I said, they're flexy. Be flexy. So yeah. So I was in a mood, and I had to wrap up school stuff. Because this week coming up is our last week. There's a little dude. Oh, he's cute. And these are good and flat, so they'll fit in there. So I was like in a mood, and I'm like, I swear. And there was something else too that he did, and he was just burying himself into a hole all this week. And I don't even remember what the heck it was now. There's so much stuff. He was just a bad boy. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. And he didn't even put my chair together. Lily did. All he kept talking about, he was worried about his stupid bowling ball because he's in a bowling league, and when he went bowling a couple weeks ago, the machine or something like tore his ball up and ate it or something. I don't know. It scratched it all up. I don't care. I hate bowling. Hate it. Like, he wants me to go bowling with him, and I'm like, does it look like I like bowling? Because I don't. I'm not even remotely interested in that. You can go ahead and go, but that's the extent of it. So these came out really good. So there we go. These are the little Nomi dudes. I use one of these, and I could probably stick 2 in here. I might be able to stick one on the door like this over here, because when the door closes, that would be good. And then stick kind of one the inside, because it will fit. So like, maybe like that. And then I'll decorate the door too. So let's get started on this bad boy. So yeah, I was in a mood. And I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take his points. I know, right? That's a good idea. I said, that's like me sitting there taking his work points. He gets work points, and this is so weird. And you can use these points in a store, in their online store. It's only for their employees. And I said, I'm going to take his points, and I'm going to buy his Father's Day gift with it. And I know he was saving them too, and I don't really give a flip, because that's what I'm going to do with them. So, to be continued. And I'm so simple. I'm like, dude, you don't even have to get me flowers. I don't care about any of that. I wanted one thing. You know, my mother, we never celebrated Mother's Day growing up, because my mother was never home for Mother's Day. She would leave Friday evening to go on a girls' trip and wouldn't be back till Sunday evening, and then go to work the next day. So it was always my dad and me at home on Mother's Day by ourselves. So we kind of celebrated it by ourselves. So I was like, never really celebrated Mother's Day. Never knew that you were supposed to, I guess, because of that. And then I found out growing up that's really weird. And I never knew any different, because that's how I always grew up. What, just chilling with the gnome? I know. Yeah, I don't remember. He did something else too, and Ella is throwing him under the bus so much. She was it was something okay, I think it had something to do with YouTube or something. Like, he was watching something on YouTube, and he forgot that his YouTube account was connected to the main TV downstairs. And Ella said, "Hey, Daddy's watching something." And I was like, "What is that?" And she's like, "Oh, you need to see what it is." And I went and I looked, and I said, to him, I was like, "You know your YouTube account is connected to the TV downstairs, right?" And he's like, "No. Why?" And when Ella went back on there later, the history was on pause. And I was like, I don't care, but I don't want any of my kids don't really care anymore. But there's nothing that you can really watch on YouTube, but it just makes their dad look like a pig. And I said, why? You tell me you're not like every other guy and don't stereotype you, but then you act like every other guy. This is the kind of relationship that we have. I pick on him. And I'm like, seriously. You know, so, and then my oldest daughter, Kaylin, was picking on him. He's been in quite a mood though here lately. And my oldest daughter said he had PMS, prissy man syndrome. And I was like, don't tell him that. And he does. I don't know what it is about middle-aged men, but man, they go through like menopause or something. And I never ever understood. I didn't understand what people were talking about with that. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, he ticked me off one time. I told him that he needed to go change his tampon and talk to me right. I don't know who you're talking to, you know? And then he stopped. And of course, my oldest daughters are all teenagers and they lost it. Because I'm usually like, heifer, who are you talking to? I suggest you go change your tampon before you sit there and you start talking to me like that. And of course, they have to leave the room because if he sees them laughing, he gets mad. And he's like, why can't you talk to me like that? And I was like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Why do they get like that? You know, I think women get more chill. Well, at least some of them. I know I'm more chill than I was like 15 years ago, you know, but then they get, and he was super chill and now he's like, geez, I don't get that. Is it all men or is it only like a certain amount? Maybe it's all the quiet ones. It's like they go through their terrible twos when they get older. Like Jeremy's dad, he is like the most, but okay, Jeremy's dad used to be kind of a hothead when he was younger, and now he's all chill. And now Jeremy was like real chill, and now he's kind of being a hothead. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just kind of go through funky, weird stages. Whatever it is, he better chill because he doesn't know what kind of Napoleon wife he has. I may be 4'11", but you know, I know he's scared of me because he sits there and he eats stuff in the car when I'm not around because he knows I'll fuss at him because he's not supposed to be having it. I fussed at him yesterday for eating dairy. He's lactose intolerant. And he's like, oh, my stomach's upset last night. And I'm like, didn't you just eat like those mozzarella stick things? Because I was keto thing that I was eating, and it's made out of mozzarella. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, when are you going to learn that you're lactose intolerant and you can't eat that stuff? And he was like, it doesn't bother me all the time. And I was like, yes, it does. You just are in denial. So he eats stuff while he's in the car. Like if he has to go to work, and then he eats it when I'm not around. And then I find the remains. Or the children do and snitch on him. He'll bring like a bag in the inside, and there will be like the Tony's chocolate bars. They kind of look like Willy Wonka chocolate bars. I don't like chocolate, so I don't like them. I don't eat them. I don't like them. I'm not much for like chocolate candies. I like sour candies. And he'll get like 2 of those, and the wrappers will be in the car. And I'm like, didn't you just go to the store like 20 minutes ago? In the span of 20 minutes, you ate 2 chocolate bars. He's terrible. Or he'll get a whole rotisserie chicken and eat it in the car, which I'm not opposed to eating chicken. I know he's a big guy, but goodness gracious. Imagine seeing this caveman pulling up to a light and seeing a caveman eating a whole rotisserie chicken in the car. I kind of lose it. I was like, oh, he's like a big kid. And I don't know why he does. I was like, I wouldn't really say anything to you. I'd be like, why don't you just eat half of it now and then half later? I'm not like, that bad. I have my moments too. But if it upsets his stomach, he's just like, I'll deal with the consequences later. And I have to suffer through that too. Big time. I won't even let him use our bathroom anymore. I said, go use the girls' bathroom. And then they get mad because they're like, Dad's in our bathroom again. He's stinking it up. Why does he always got to use our bathroom? And I was like, because I kicked him out of ours. And I was like, I don't care. I'm not putting up with it no more. You guys can deal with him for a little bit. He goes to the bathroom like a lot. Not just like that kind. I mean, like he pees a lot. I haven't figured that one out yet. He's more than I do. And I've had 4 kids. And I think it's weird. I told him, I was like, have you ever like talked to a doctor about that? They said, yeah, I just have a small bladder. I was like, for your size, that's not good. And he drinks a lot of water. I'm just putting this bottom coat on first so I can, like, spackle it afterwards. I don't even remember what color. I used the avocado color. This kind of look like an avocado. Since it's like moss, it's going to look like kind of like, I don't know how you describe it, like spongy, which is really easy to do. If you don't want to put any texture on it, you can just use a brush and just sit there and kind of use a brush and just go this and kind of make it where it's like that, and then you use multiple colors and layer it, and then it will look like moss. There you go. Kaylin always says, and this is no offense to anybody who's been like gotten the vaccine, but he's like, gosh, he's starting to sound like he's been vaccinated because she works at Walgreens and she deals with a lot of people who try to come in constantly to get boosters and they've already had like 12, and she's like, you can't get any more. And she's like, I don't understand why they want to do that to themselves. It's not even flu season. They come in like the off season and stuff. And she's like, it's not going to help them. And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know why anybody would anyway. That's like kind of getting a flu shot now. Flu's not around now because it's hot out. They thrive in colder environments, which weaken people's immune systems because it's colder, and it's like a domino effect. So she sits there, that's what she says all the time, and I'm like, that's terrible. Don't say that. But she's like, well, it's true. This is what happens when you get a teenager that has to deal with like the public and stuff. She's a manager at Walgreens while she's going to college, and she's like, oh my gosh, you're not going to believe what this lady did today. And she'll come in and she'll tell me. And I was like, why didn't you sit there and tell her this, this, and this? And she's like, because I can't say that. I'm not you. And I'm like, man, you put up with way too much. How many times I got to tell you? Don't let them people talk to you like that. They got to know. No, if nobody tells them, they're going to keep on acting like that. I blame it on Oprah. She was the original one that told people that I need to speak to your manager generation. She had somebody on her show one time, and they were talking about what happens if you like don't get your, or something's wrong when you go shopping or something like that. This is what you do kind of thing. And it was the let me talk to your manager generation, and look what it did. It caused way too much like abuse of it. People abuse that. You know, not saying there's not legitimate times you want to talk to a manager, but people overstep that big time. And people just ran with it. I know, right? Which one? You probably would enjoy probably Ella the best because she sits there and she me and her have the same type of humor. Like before Jeremy got home today, he had to go take his bowling ball or something to go get drilled because the owner of the bowling place bought him a new bowling ball, which he wasn't going to do until he saw Jeremy's size, and then he was like, I'll replace it. And he said he hung up on him. I was like, did you do something about that? I was like, come on, we're going to the bowling alley. You better go tell that heifer he's getting you a new bowling ball. And, you know, puff out your chest a little bit. And he got a new bowling ball. He's too nice sometimes. And I'm like, man, if I was your size for one day, I'd be in jail. I know it. And he was gonna bowl, I guess, you know, to practice with it after it had been whatever. And he told me in a text message on his way home, I couldn't bowl today because somebody had rented out the whole entire place. And I was in the middle of telling him something else. Oh, that he needed to go pick up a prescription or something like that on his way home for Ruby. And he just randomly was like, I couldn't go bowling today because somebody rented out the whole place. And I'm like, I just ignored it. And I was like, pick up Ruby's prescription. And then he came, and I told Ella was dying because I told her, I was like, why does Daddy talk to me about bowling stuff? I hate bowling. I don't know why he tells me anything to do with it. I don't care. And he's like repeated some of the same stuff over and over today, and I don't care. And he came home, and he sat there, and he was like, I couldn't go bowling today. Somebody had rented out the whole entire place. And Ella lost it. She spit her drink out all over Jack because he said it again. And I was like, why? And then poor Jack is like not knowing what's happening. He's another one. He can't deal with all the estrogen in the house. And he gets all wily and stuff, and he always wants to play with Jeremy, but I think because he's the only boy and he knows he can roughhouse with him. I don't really know. I haven't had a boy dog in a really long time. We've had only a girl dog, and he just like every time Jeremy comes down, he just wants to roughhouse with them, but he's all sweet to us and all huggy and lovey-dovey and wants us to hold him like a baby. So I haven't figured that out yet. I think it's just him. Maybe it's him because he knows he's a boy. And he's like, I must play. And and poor Jeremy is like, I can't roughhouse with him. I'm getting too old for that kind of stuff. And he's rough. I was like, you're the only one that can roughhouse with them. That's probably why he does it. This is looking good. So, I don't know. Poor Jack, though. He's such a ham. He hates Maggie, though. He hates our other dog. I don't know what to do to fix that. He doesn't do anything to her. He just doesn't want to be around her. And he literally has thrown up when she has came around him, which he smelled her one time when she jumped up in the chair with him, and he vomited. And I could not even believe it. I was like, me and Ella were sitting there and we just lost it. And Ella was like, I told you that stupid dog smelled bad. And I was like, she does not. And Maggie's going to be 14. And Ella said she smells like death already. they hate Maggie. I know Jack is such a sweetheart, but Ella and Lily don't like Maggie, and Maggie doesn't really like them too much either. So I guess it's mutual, because I told you she's like a cat. She's almost a 14-year-old pug, and she acts like a cat. And she's just got an attitude. She's got a catitude, is what I say. And every time they walk by, she just starts growling. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? Stop being ugly. They're not even doing anything. And they're like, that's why I hate that stupid dog. And I was like, well, obviously it's mutual. I was like, don't be mean to her. She didn't do nothing. And she's spoiled. She didn't do it to me. But she does it to Jeremy too. But she's always hated him. And he's never done anything to her either, which is kind of funny. I don't know why. I know, they must smell funky. I don't know. I mean, I think she just smells like a dog. You know, she gets a bath like once a week, once every couple weeks. It depends on what time of year. Usually in the summer, once a week. And Jack's out there rolling around in everything. He'd roll around in his own filth if you'd let him. But he's a... Oh, I finally found jammies too that fit him, and it made me so excited. Because he's like a big and tall dog. He needs like fat boy jammies. Because he's so big. Oh, that looks pretty good, I think. This makes the time go by a lot quicker too. But he's such a ham. But he gets a little uppity too. He listens to me, but that's because I made sure that when he was a puppy, I broke him early. And because he's a pit bull terrier, and if you raise it, they're good family dogs if you raise them right. And a lot of people don't. That's the problem. A lot of people just use them for guard dogs. Yeah, he is. He still acts like a puppy. Maggie has her puppy moments, like she still chases her tail. She doesn't look like she's like an old 14-year-old pug. She's tiny. She's only like 12 pounds, and she's always been 12 or 13 pounds. Like her whole life. She was a runt. So she can be kind of a jerk sometimes. I'll admit it. She does weird, jerkish stuff. She peed in Jeremy's shoe the other day. That was kind of funny, though. Because he fussed at her to get down off the couch, and then she went rah, 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 at him, and then saw his shoe over by the back door and sat there and peed in it. And I lost it. And he was like, all because I told her to get down off my couch. And she's completely housebroken too. She just doesn't care. I know. She's got like I said, she's got like a cat mentality. You know, she identifies as cat. That's what it is. But yeah, sometimes she just does stuff. Like she acts like she's deaf and like she can't hear you, but it's selective. It's completely selective. I proved it the other day. And because I had like some food or something, and I said, Maggie, come here. And she looked dead at me in my eyeballs and just walked away. And I was like, you heifer. I said, fine, I'm going to give your food to Jack. And I sat there and gave him like a piece of like lunch meat or something. And then she saw that. And then she came running like, oh, I'm here. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. She's in Maine. She's crotchety, I guess. She's fine with guests, though. She likes everybody who comes over. And just is like, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me. And she's super good at the vet. She's like, she just wants everybody to come over and love on her and stuff. And then she's fine. But here, she has like certain people she just doesn't want anybody to touch her. Kaylin, she's fine with. Me and Ruby, she's fine with Ruby. She's always licking all over her. But everybody else, she's like, no. Oh no, no, it's a dog, pug. Her name is Maggie, but I call her because she acts like it. She acts like a little maggot sometimes. And then if she gets really on my nerves, I call her a maggot hole, or something like that. But no, no, not my children. I love my children. I love my Maggie too. Like I said, she's as old as Lily. She's gonna be 14 in a couple months. She's been spoiled her whole life. So I think she's gonna outlive us all though sometimes. But no, she's getting old. You can kind of tell, when when they start thinking they're eating food and it's a Lego block, then they're getting old. Oh, speaking of dogs, that's what my little puzzle was. That's what happens, I guess. I'm just going to put a little bit of the light. That one may be a little bit too light. Let me see how it dries. Let me mix it with a little bit of this. No, but I'm talking about my dogs. We had a one pet rule until Jack came along. We rescued Jack. He was in really, really bad shape. Found him on the side of the road. There we go. Oh, speak of the devil, I was just talking about you.
Only good things.
Yeah.
Is that why my ears are burning?
Are they?
No.
Maybe.
What praise and adoration were you heaping upon me?
Talking about Mother's Day.
No.
And whatever else happened this week.
What else did happen this week?
I don't know. I can't remember. Trying to paint my moss on here.
How's your chair doing?
It's good.
Looks bigger.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah. As long as it does the job.
As long as my butt doesn't look bigger in it, I'm okay.
Looks good to me.
Does this look like moss?
What does moss look like?
Like this stuff?
Yeah. Looks mossy.
Oh, let me get all these little white spots in here.
Ruby's going down with me to help fix the door.
Which door? The front door?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant down, like into the driveway. Sorry. That thing. Let me look at this out from under the light. Oh gosh. It's different when you look at it at a different angle, isn't it? There we go. Alright, so we get all these little white spots in here, and then I think I'll be good. I just can't see them because there's like a glare. There we go.
Okay, what, okay.
Is that my bug?
Hi, Mommy.
Hi, baby. You gonna go help Daddy?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Come on, Daddy.
I'm coming.
She wants to go downstairs because my box for my chair's down there a bit. She loves fixing stuff and helping. All right. Just put a little. And I think we're about good. I'm gonna just put a little bit of the super dark green with the little tiny doohickey little brush in some spots, and then I think that'll be good. And then I'll seal it with the kit. Oh, let me look right here. I feel like I need to get a different kind of light, but I can't see when I have a lighter light. There we go. All right, let me get a little tiny brush. I don't like those ones where you have to cross your feet in it because I can't touch the ground, and I'm too short. I have to have ones that have certain things. I don't know. This one's got some kind of puffy air thing or massaging thing in it, which I'm not that picky. I'm at the point in my life when I don't have that many aches or pains yet, knock on wood. But I try to stay pretty active, like I work out and stuff like that. Not as much as I would love to, but do what I can. I'm just putting a little bit of this green in here and there. Just a little bit of dark. Kind of sporadic, I guess. I hope everybody else had a good Mother's Day. Going back to my original thought. Hey, that's okay. I don't dwell on stuff too much. Doesn't really bother me. I think it bothered my kids more. Mostly because he would probably fuss at them if they had forgotten. He always makes sure that they treat Mama good, which is good. You should treat Mamas good. There you go. I swear this has different colors every time I go to look. Oh, and then I had to take Lily to go get tooth pulled.
You want some tea? I made some tea.
No, I still have mine from lunch. But when I'm done with it, I'll probably. There's Ella singing Green Day. She was singing something yesterday. I don't remember what it was, but she got it stuck in my head. I better not think about it though. Get it stuck in my head. Alright. So do that. Let's see. I'm gonna try to do little Nomi Nomis. Probably the same kind of color scheme that's here on the book, which is like get something to drink. Oh. Yeah. Well, sometimes it's just, do I feel like doing stuff every day? God, no. Like some days I just want to stay in bed and not do anything. And I'm just like, I just physically, mentally worn out. And I'm just like, what is wrong with me? You know, I get like that a lot. A lot more. I've noticed it happens a lot more the older you get. As soon as I turned 40, I felt like everything just broke. Like the cars paid off and my rear view mirror just fell off. Kind of broke. Let me trying to get this creamy color here. You know, it's just an awful feeling. When I was in my 30s, I was fine. Nothing, like I have way more energy than I did when I was in my 20s for sure. I haven't quite figured out that one yet. And then, of course, I get pregnant at 38, and I'm like, oh, that's what it was. I'm just going to paint this. Put a coat on here first. And then what I'll do is I'll seal these in with some finishing stuff. I think it will be good. Be good. You can do this like, you know, just put a coat of white or something on there if you're going to use light colors. I like to do things that are like, if you do all black and then just put some Serenica wax over it, oh, that's like lush. Love it. I don't know if I'll be able to put all the little rinky-dinky details on here, but I'll do my best. This is just acrylic paint. A matte paint works pretty good on these, but like I guess you would call it chalk paint, but it's like a matted paint. All right, this is gonna be like my little base coat, I guess, and because I'm gonna make like his shirt or something this color, pants, one or the other. All right, then Jeremy and I watched that new Netflix documentary, An American Marriage or something like that, American Murder Marriage, I don't know, where that chick killed her husband. Her and her dad did, and he was an Irish guy, and his children, which were her stepchildren, ended up moving back to Ireland with his sister. And I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Oh, that's sad. I definitely feel like I ended up with who I was meant to end up with, because I don't think anyone else could put up with my craziness, to be honest with you. I'm like a different level of high maintenance. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I have weird quirks and stuff, and I don't know if anybody would have ever put up with that. It's kind of my little opinion on it. Right. Hand. All right. Alright. Ooh, that sounds nice. So I use this. I'm gonna give him a little bit of green, I guess. Sounds like fun. See, I'm such a homebody. I don't like going anywhere. That's why when COVID happened, it didn't like affect my daily life at all. Not really, anyway. Like the only time it did was like if we were going to church, but then we had church like online. So other than that, I was like so happy. I was like, yay. The only thing that sucked is like I wasn't used to Jeremy being home. And it wasn't bad either because we lived like right between like 4 parks and they were open as long as, you know, people didn't gather in large crowds, which that didn't last very long here. And that was fine. The only thing that was difficult for us is telling Jeremy's parents no that the girls couldn't come over there to stay because she was still watching other people's kids. And I said, heck no, you ain't bringing that crap over here because the kids always get sick every time they go to your house because she has an in-home daycare. And they had like COVID like 7 times. And I'm like, nope. And nobody in our house ever did. So I was like, yeah, that's why we never did, is because we never let him go over there. One of her kids' moms had COVID and didn't even say anything. And she told him, if you have COVID, don't bring your kids over here because his dad is like would be considered like, I guess, high risk. And she brought her kid over there after knowing that she had COVID anyway. And then his dad ended up in the hospital because of it. And I was like, that is messed up. I was like, what's she going to do if something happens to him? Like he dies or something like that. You know, because they were really shocked that he even survived. You know, I'm okay taking precautions. Trust me, I don't want no funk. Just gonna paint over this because I'm gonna paint the hat. And she never did bring her kid back. She didn't even call and apologize or anything for it. I was like, that's so messed up. I had said something too on I think it was Facebook, like when it happened. I was like, that's messed up. People need to be more responsible and could at least apologize for it. And she was like, yeah, I think she probably seen that and she probably like unfriended me on Facebook because maybe she felt guilty. I was like, she should. That's messed up. Who does that? I understand you got to go to work and make a living, but don't risk other people's lives for it. Especially ones who are high risk. Hate that crap. What is that? I guess that is either his shirt or part of the backpack. I can't really tell. But I'm highly more opinionated than my mother-in-law is. She's one of those types that's very passive aggressive and makes a lot of how do you say it, like backhanded comments. You know, she's one of those type. Not me. I'm blunt. And I'm just like, why would you do that? That's stupid. You know, but she is like, she'll say it more passive aggressive, I guess. Which to me, those are the more dangerous people. Because passive aggressive people, they have a way about them. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. It's just, to me it sounds more sinister, but not really sinister. I don't know the right word for it. I've told her too, like I will sit there, she'll say something and I'll just start laughing. And I'm like, that is the most passive aggressive comment I think I've heard you make. And she starts laughing. She thinks it's funny. And I was like, see, I told you. Your mama knows what she's doing. I always say that to Jeremy. Oh my gosh, my poor father-in-law. He goes through the ringer with her. She treats him like a child because like whenever he was sick or something like that, oh, there's my other spray. I knew it. There it is. I'm looking for a lighter brown. What did I do with that? Yeah, I guess I could put it in there. Whenever he was sick, or he like would be like have something wrong with him, he just would not listen and go to the doctor because he didn't want to cost them a lot of money. Understandable, but it's going to cost a lot of money in the long run if you have to go to the emergency room. And she did something, I don't know, remember what it was, but she basically, if it wasn't for her, he probably would have died. And ever since then, it's kind of went to her head a little bit. And she treats him like a child. He's not allowed to, like if he wants like some chicken nuggets or something from Chick-fil-A or something like that. No, you don't like Chick-fil-A. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let the man have some chicken nuggets. Let him find out the hard way, you know, and everything. But she does. I'm like, how in the world does your dad put up with that? And Jeremy's like, I just think he just gave up a long time ago. Like and didn't even bother. But I feel bad for him. My girls go over there and like if she's not around, he does go kind of nuts, like especially with candy and stuff, and he's a diabetic. And the girls are like, Grandpa, Mama's gonna kill you if she sees you eating that. And he's like, well, she ain't here, is she? I was like, oh, he's straight up like rebelling now. So yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh. I die sometimes. You know how hard it is for me, especially, to bite my tongue when I hear stuff like that. I'm like, and Jeremy will sit there. He's sitting next to me, he'll grab my hand and he'll just squeeze my hand, like, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. I'm like, oh, like, your mama needs to let him eat, let him be, you know? I was like, no wonder he's always taking a nap all the time. It's probably the only time he gets peace. That doesn't look too bad, I don't think. I'm looking at this side picture over here. All right, let me see if I can find. Yeah. Well, he's more than capable, like, of making, I don't know, it's kind of like a catch-22. Like, she's like, oh, you need to go to the doctors, right? But she won't drive him. She's like, drive herself. But he's like, but then complains about how he drove or something. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And I'm like, what is happening? You know? It's kind of weird. I'm going to do this. Like she wants him to be a man and stuff. It's almost like she's walking a fine line of overstepping her boundaries, like with his, I guess, manhood. I don't know what you call that. Um, but she, like I said, it's in a passive aggressive way, so it's kind of weird. Oh, and she gossips too about everybody because she still is in the same town she was in for the last like 45 years, 45 plus years. So she knows everybody. The town's kind of small. And she's like, she'll call and talk to Jeremy. And she's like, do you know so and so? Oh, they did this, this, and this, and this. And Jeremy's like, I have no idea who she's even talking about. And he's like, no, I haven't seen them since I was like 3, so probably not. She gossips. And now that the girls are older, they're blunt like me, so it's kind of funny. But she has gotten way more chill. Well, I'm completely in agreement. Like, he does very irresponsible stuff, and he pays for it later on. You know what I mean? But she never lets up. Oops, sorry, guys. Okay, trying to get this out. But she never lets up. It's like every little thing he does, like if they're over at our house or something. Oh, that's not really pink. It's like one thing after another, and you're just, it gets tiresome after a while. You know, you kind of feel bad for him, but you understand where he's coming from. I mean, even my girls see it. They said, you know, she'll send him to the store for something and say, get this, and even write it down for him, and he gets something completely wrong. And you're like, oh, here we go. I think. Oh, that's part of his vest. Okay. I was trying to figure out what this was. And there was a glare on my book. So that's part of his little green vest. That's vest that he has on. But yes, I agree. We don't know what he does. When nobody's around. But it did get worse after the doctor said that to him. She kind of let it go to her head a little bit. I told Jeremy, I was like, I'm going to end up in the same boat as your mama if you don't quit eating stuff like you're not supposed to. And he's like, I know. I was like, well, knowing and doing are 2 different things. You know, I got to have somebody here with me to pick on after the girls are all grown up. I did ask Jeremy, I said, would you ever make a journal with me like on live? And he's like, nobody wants to see my messed up hands on there. I was like, we could do it at a table or something. I think it would be kind of fun to see if you can make one. I bet you he could. He'd probably do it better than I would. And then I get mad at him, and then I would be like, all right, that's the last time we're doing that. I need to figure out how I'm going to do with little freaky deaky eyeballs. Well, doing like people who put up with that stuff for so many years, whenever they finally like have had enough, then it seems like you're the one with the attitude and stuff. You know what I mean? After everybody else has chilled out for so much. You know what I'm saying? And then they're like, gosh, why are you so mean? Why are you so hostile? And they don't realize that you kind of made me that way for so many years. You know, what do you expect me to do now? But yeah, I completely understand that. Mm. But yeah, Jeremy's so embarrassed. He has really, really bad dermatitis on his hands. And I was like, nobody gives a flip about that. And if they say anything, screw them. You know, at least you work hard. He's had some kind of he had since like he was in his early 20s. Not really sure what. I think it's psoriasis. It looks like psoriasis more than it looks like dermatitis. He only has it on his hands too. But he also is allergic to everything under the sun. Like he needs to be in a bubble. Oh, Angela, I was telling Jeremy about, the situation with stuff, like the issue you were having with somebody, and he said it's attention seeking, and I would definitely ignore that because that's just bizarre. People do that. I don't understand that. It's anything. It's like it's water. I mean, anything sets off the psoriasis. Water is like the worst thing. There was a lady who had like the same issue as him, and you know what she did to cure it? She didn't bathe or use any kind of chemicals or anything for a month. I said, honey, you are not doing that. I'm sorry, but you're a big guy, and if you didn't shower for a month, I think you would get tired of yourself. Because he's like a clean freak. He's like one of the neatest and most smell good 375-pound men I've ever seen. He's got great hygiene. He's got better hygiene than I do. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I can't imagine him trying to do that for an entire month. He would go mad. Absolutely mad. I'll put the Alright. Put a little bit of white in his beard. Actually, his eyes look like they're closed. See if I can get a pen, kind of outline it a little bit, maybe. Let me zap it. I know, right? But I feel bad for him because I was like, you're almost desperate to try anything. you know, and his hands, if he goes like this, his knuckles and everything just split wide open. And, you know, he's bleeding all over the place. So you feel bad for him because you don't want him to suffer either. Whoop. Let me put some. But yeah, I always do. I always feel a little bit of gold. Because of it. But I don't know what to do for him. He's been to dermatologist. And they're like, have you tried this? Have you tried that? And he's like, yep, 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 yep. The only thing that will clear it up for a short period of time is steroids. But you can't be on steroids permanently. So, you know, that's kind of out of the question. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. I make the door a little bit more whimsical. Yeah, that's messed up. I told you it would happen though, because I just don't understand the point. Like, you tell somebody, hey, I'm busy with family stuff, and then so they don't talk to you until you go to them, and then you post all kinds of stuff about betrayal and stuff. What do you think's gonna happen? I mean, nobody betrayed you. You're the one who sat there and said, hey, I need some space. That's what I don't understand. Somebody tells me they need space, I'm gonna give you space, and then you can come to me whenever you know are good. I'm okay with that. Like Dawn. Remember, Dawn's been busy and is moving and stuff like that, and we all understand, and she's hoping to get back into getting on TikTok and stuff, but she's like, and I think Dawn's like a military wife, so I can understand. That's rough. And then if you have family issues, we all have family issues. Everybody knows that. So we're like the most understanding people, especially moms, because moms, we deal with way more than everybody else does in our household. So we're the most understanding people. We get it. But I just didn't, I thought it was kind of bizarre. I don't understand. It's like you can't have it like both ways, I guess, is where I was getting at. I mean, unless she was talking about somebody else, that could have been, but it just seemed a little bit convenient. Oop, I'm just going to add some of this on the edges right here. All right. Let me stick. We'll do that. Exactly. So that's why I don't understand what you did exactly what she wanted. I don't understand. If that kind of like confusion, it always baffles me. I just like, because I always have a problem understanding like human, like people's perspective on stuff, and like when you see somebody raging out like in a Starbucks or something like that, I am the type of person, I want to know why they did that. What are they thinking? What they think they were going to accomplish? I have questions. Do you see what I'm saying? And when I see something like that, it just makes me like, why? You just want to be like, why? Why are you doing that? Why? because I'm nosy and I'm curious and I want to know why. That's how I am. I'm like, I'm baffled by why people do certain things. And so when I see something like that, I'm just like, why? Why are you doing that? Why? Why? I need to know why. Why? So yeah, that always confuses the crap out of me. Like if I was a judge and like a Karen or something, like did something and like ended up in my courtroom, I would want to show them the footage and be like, what were you thinking here? Because not because I care, but because I want to know, and I would want to be like, so what were you hoping to accomplish? Did you think that was actually going to work? Did you think that maybe that wasn't a good idea? I always see that and I'm like, I don't know why people do the things that they do, and I'm baffled by it. Like it's almost like they don't have like a conscience, and they're like completely out of control. Like they have nothing stopping them. Like they're on like free will mode, which we are. They just don't have any conscience. Remember the guy who drove, there was a parade going on and he was in his own vehicle and they used the footage from his vehicle against him in court to show him like raging out because he couldn't get off the exit to go, I guess, home or whatever. And he drove through like a parade and was completely like, endangering like lives and stuff. And you're like, dude, did you think you were going to get away with that? Like, seriously. I just don't understand why sit there and risk all that just because you have to wait a little bit, which I'm sure there was announcements that there was going to be a parade and stuff was going to be closed because every town does that to warn people. But I don't get it. Why do people rage out like that? Yeah, he lost it. And I'm like, if I was a judge, I'd be like, what's wrong with you? You have serious anger issues. But it's not just him, it's a lot of them do. Like, I saw one lady, she got into like a fender bender. It was her fault. And the guy stopped, to exchange information because she caused damage to his vehicle. And she started screaming and yelling at him that she had food in the car and he needed to let her go and stuff like that. And I'm like, what is wrong with people? So you'd rather go to jail for fleeing an accident or get your ticket or license taken away, all because you have food in the car that was caused by you. That's what I don't understand. It just makes me think that more and more people are just out of touch of reality. And this is the result of participation trophies and gentle parenting. There, I said it. I mean, us 80s kids and older, we were raised in different households and stuff. Not saying like we're poor us. I'm not talking about ones that were legitimately abused or anything like that. I'm talking about ones that grew up in normal households. You did something wrong, you only had to do it once in my household, and then you didn't do it again. That's just how it was. And nowadays, it's like, if you can't control your kids at like 3, you can't control them at 12. I've always heard that. And I think too many people are scared to parent anymore, which is really sad. Or they rely on school systems or the internet or friends or whatever to parent, and they are too much their friends. I mean, I parented my children just fine. And after about like, I don't know, like 6, 7, or 8, I just talked to them and I'd be like, do you think that was a good idea to do that? And they would be like, no. And they would feel very remorseful. You could just tell, you know what I mean? You knew, okay. And then 9 times out of 10, they never did it again. You know, even Kaylin said something. Kaylin's 19 now. And she's like, I work with people who you can tell that their parents have never parented them a day in their life. And that's coming from a 19-year-old. Like, she gets it. And she's like, you know, I mean, at the time, did I like getting in trouble for stuff? No. But I'm glad I did, because it made me not want to ever do it ever again. You know? And I'm like, well, that's good. Then I did a good job. Because I always felt nobody feels good about disciplining their kid. No normal person. You know? And anytime we have ever had to discipline our kids, we would tell them why. And, you know, do the discipline, and then we give them a hug, and we'd be like, we just want you to behave and not do these things. And they understood, and then they moved on. Yeah, technology is real bad. I get that iPad babies are growing up to be, you know, chaotic. The iPad stuff really causes them. They're not using their mind to do anything really creative and educational. If they're drawing, like using Procreate for drawing, that's one thing. But if they're just watching like reels on YouTube or TikTok or something like that, and oh no, I pushed my button. Oh, I got glue on this. Hold on. Let me get this off of here. I think it got paint or something on there, and I'm going to have to glue this back on. I forgot about that. But if they're not doing anything like educational on it, then it's just not good, you know. I mean, even Ruby, she's had like an iPad and stuff, but we have games on there that she plays, learning games, and then we sit there and we're like, okay, it's time to shut that off. And she'll be like, oh, and I'm like, you can have it like later or tomorrow. It's all done. And when her screen time is up, she doesn't argue anymore or anything like that about it. She'll just come and bring it to us. She'll be like, my screen time is up. And I'm like, okay, let's go play outside. Let's go do something. And she's like, okay. You know, she would much rather be outside. Oh, let me keep that shoved in there. All right, so this right here, I'm going to, like, it kind of made it, like, a little shiny, you know, because it's a good coat on it. And I'm going to put something over here. So it kind of looks a little whimsical with the gold and the moss kind of on there. I'm going to do some more of this everywhere. I just think it looks a little bit better. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hang on. Got too much stuff. See? Let me move this out of the way. There we go. See the moss? I love making moss like this, like especially like on a Halloween journal, because it just, I don't know, it just, there's just something about it. It tickles my fancy, you know. All right, let me let this dry over there, that magnet, and let me look and see how my fencing. Sorry, I'm pulling. See how my fencing's doing here. Like I said, it should be all dry by now. It was done a couple hours ago. Hello, hello. How are you? That looks good. Oh, I like it. See, we can see the, sorry. See, I got the fencing here, here, here. And then what I did, move this, sorry. There we go. Let me clip these out of the way. I have these from the Dollar Tree. They're like the best things ever. And And then what I'll probably do is paint this. So I put some viney stuff on here like this. I didn't want to put too much on these fences because if I do, like I could do the moss thing on there. My only fear is when you keep opening it and stuff, it's going to chip off. And then I would be kind of disappointed because I mean, you just put all that work in there for nothing. So the door, I'm going to keep it open. It's going to go right here like this. See, that kind of blends in a little bit better. And I may actually put like some of this viney stuff like over here on the side or around, maybe even on the spine, you know, just to kind of make it blend in a little bit. Okay. See, I put the vine here on the fencing. And I got some fencing over here. Let me keep this open. And everything. And then where did I put that?
Anything?
No, I'm just looking at where I put my other. Did I put it behind? No, my book. A window. Oh, wait.
The back door is 4 inches narrower than the front door.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Oh, that blows. Do you see? There we are. All right. I got them. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So then I got the window one. This one. I'm okay with how that turned out. I don't really want to do anything else to that. So that one's going to go here like this. I'll put some stuff right here, a little ribbon on here at the front and the back. I couldn't do that because the clips were holding that in. And then here's the little folio holder. These I may sit there and paint, and I could set it like up here and everything. And then of course I have the roof. The roof is on fire, which I'm gonna spray that. Sorry. There we go. Oh, that looks so much more green. Here. Go up. See? Looks more green that way. Oh, hang on, my little thing's in the way. There we go. So then we did this the last time, which was, that's where the little mouse house book is. And I got these, which I have the rub on somewhere, and I'll put maybe just a few, like maybe on the front right here. And then I never made a window dormer book, so yeah, the little booklet thing. So, oh no, I closed it again. I closed it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to stick this magnet on with some heavy firepower. I've been opening that thing and closing that thing like the whole flipping time too. All right, so this, it'll go right here. I put a double fence on it so it will hold it up, but basically when it's closed, it will look like this. So let me see what it looks like, because that kind of tells me if I need to decorate anything else. And I could also stick little Nomi dude or something on the front. I didn't think about that. Like him. Well, he actually looks kind of cute there. Look. You think I should stick him on the front, and I can paint another one for the inside? I think he looks good right there. Oh, thank you. I haven't worked on books in a while because I've been creating my own products. So, but I've been working on this one for like on lives and stuff. But I do have another one planned that I'm kind of excited about. So I think I'm gonna stick him here because I have a bunch of other little gnomes. Because he kind of looks cute, like he's walking home. I also may make another one of these door books on live, because the videos will be on my YouTube channel. They don't ever go away, but on Facebook they delete because I don't want to have to download them and then just put them back on Facebook again. That's ridiculous. When I'm like, just go to my YouTube channel and watch it. It will be under the Restream thing. Let me wipe this glue off. And I'm telling you, get these little apple. Oh, I did it again. Hold on. Where did I put those? Oh, I'll just leave it closed for the time being. Little applicator things work great for applying the little gold stuff. And for getting in the little nooks and crannies. I won't wipe too much of it off because the glue dries clear. So it's not a big deal. See? There you go. I just think it gives it something a little extra. You know, it just looks better. Just clean it up a little bit, and then we'll be good on the outside. And then I may put something else there. So we're finally coming to an end on this one. Yay! Yippee! But I have this little dude right here. I can paint him, and he can go in the inside. I also have this little dude. Let me move this over. And what I thought about doing, that's the back. I might not want to do that. Hold on. I have also the spine dangles that are going to go right here. What I may do is I may take him. I don't really want to glue him on here because he is just like this one. I want something different. I may do like him, like right here. And then I can glue other stuff in there. I think that will work. Because then at least it'll be like, I hope. Make sure he won't get too much in the way. If he's underneath, probably not. I don't know. I'll have to look and see. These little things, I don't know if I'll even have. When I open the attic up, I kind of want it to be able to open all the way and not get constricted by anything on the outside. So, I don't know. All right. Here. Remove all this. So I'm trying not to stick too much stuff on the outside because I like functional books, and when you open them, I don't want stuff to fall off everywhere because that would be so awful. But I may be, oh, holy monkey, hold on. I just stuck my wrist in that thing. Where did I put my wipes? Hang on, let me go grab a baby wipe. Whoa, holy crap. I'm rolling away, I'm rolling away. I need like a stopper or something on the floor so I don't keep rolling backward. I definitely wouldn't be doing crazy art stuff in here, not getting paint all over me. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And so let me do this. Hold on 1 second. I got little froggies. Let me move all this out of the way so I don't stick my arm back in there again. All right, so I think that looks pretty good. So the book here, I'm going to, let me get this off of here. And then the back one. I'll put those over there, and then I'm going to decorate the rest of that. But those of you that haven't seen it, this is a book right here. It's just tied on there. And then, of course, that. And this is the other side, so you have an. And then the inside, I found my books. I found the books. So I can add a few more of those normal books in there. I knew I had some. I was cleaning up something the other day. And they were in my tiny journaling books that I had. These right here. I actually journal with those. I forgot about them. Let me see. Open the thing. And I'll put some more on the bookshelf. What in the world? Oh. I would have died if I had made it exactly like how it's supposed to be. I'll put them right here, like that. My YouTube is 4 Girls Stole My Heart. I have another channel on here on TikTok that is my backup, but it's my second account just in case, you know, you never know what will happen. And it actually, I just display all of my work there. Nothing else, just work. No affiliate stuff. Not like TikTok shop stuff or anything like that. It's just normal stuff, and that's 4 Girls Stole My Heart. But my link is in my bio for YouTube. I'm gonna put one. And then this side, hang on. Oh, I'm stuck in a mushroom. What is it? And we did the little sink right here. Last time, my daughter actually made the little strawberries, not the carrots, but the strawberries. They're in there. And then made the sink out of the drain hole. So that should be pretty much finished in here. So that is the roof Let me move this. Oh, that's a heavy roof. Let me move this over here. Where is... Hang on, let me go. Oh, here it is. I actually like working on this one on live, so that way it gives me a chance to do journaling and all kinds of other stuff. Uh-oh, I just dropped something back there. I don't know what it was. All right, let's go back up here. Luckily, I got one of those flip phones, so I could sit there and flip it this way and that way. Okay, let me add on the thingamabobber while I'm waiting on this little sucker to dry, and then I'm gonna add like, what would actually be kind of cool is if I could add like mushroom like in here, but cut it down to where it looks like it's kind of growing out of there, just to make it a little bit more whimsy. I don't know. Let me see what should be able to. It's just made out of clay. I know, I love the sink too. Oh, I don't know what this is made out of. Something that is it wood? Oh my gosh, I think it is wood. I think they are wood. Y'all see stuff flying across my desk. Don't worry about it. We're good. I need those Michael Myers scissors that I have up there. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. I can feel it. Let me see if I can break it now. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, I'm breaking the whole stem out. I don't want to do that. Are you kidding me? The tiniest flipping scissors I have in here are the ones that are going through it the best. Okay, that works. I think it's clay. I don't know. Oh, I got it. And I broke my scissors. Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. All right. Now, where did that go? I can always, let me just use the top until I find that other piece. I would have done busted out the, I don't have a Dremel tool. If I do, Jeremy has one, but I don't know where it is. He hides because I'm more likely to sit there and, you know. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you cut this right here? Like leave like a little tiny piece of the white on there, because I want to stick it like this, like it's growing out of the moss. But I just want like it, like, hold on. I'll mark it. And you cut it like right there. And I want the top and just that little bit of white. It's like kind of a piece of wood or something.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. There's that too. Yeah, because I want a piece of the white so I could stick it like this. Let me get this over here. Let me cut some of these off. Yeah, I hate having to break stuff out. Oh, that drives me crazy. I just like, because if I have to go and get it, it makes me mad. And then I'm like, nope, I'll do something else. I'd rather do something else. I don't want to have to break out because I barely have enough room on my desk for me and my stuff. So I like to keep it as clean as possible because my desk is small. I only have a little tiny area to work in. All right. All right. Glue. It's like a Cricut machine. I have a Cricut machine and it's in the closet. It's been in there because I was like, I'm just going to learn how to make the stuff myself. And that's what I always done. All right, let me see if I got any of the paper on my desk that I can put on here in the inside. I think it's in here. We can. Yep. I forgot I had these cards in here. Oh, I have to wait a minute. Like this. Here we go. I have this stuff just shoved into a drawer. Oh, I got windows. That would be cute. I'll put one of those on the other side of the door. Oh, I didn't realize there was. There we go. Get this. All right. So I'm going to stick this on the back, I think. I may stick the frog in the inside, the door. I kind of want this to, if I can, oh, I don't have any room in it. boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this makes it a lot easier. I can stick a bunch of stuff on here from this. I'd rather do this. The inside of the book, anyway. Let me get that little window out. Not again. Hey, can you give me a baby wipe?
Yeah.
Ah, that's the second time I've stuck something in paint. Hold on. Thank you. Hang on, clean my tweezers off in my hand. A frog and toad hoodie. What are you talking about? Frog and toad hoodie. What was I doing? Oh. Where'd the piece go? Okay. The branch was just right here. Where'd it go? Wait a minute. I stuck that there. Here's Little Miss. And then I was going, is it on here and I'm just not seeing it? No.
Here's that part. You gotta.
I don't want this part. I want the mushroom part.
All right. The little part that is up inside the mushroom
Came out?
came unglued, and
I know.
dropped it. I gotta find it.
You did the same thing I
So
did.
tiny, I can't find it.
You did the same exact thing I did. Okay, where did I put that branch at?
It was harder than I thought they cut through.
I know. That's what I said.
I thought there was a wire in it or something at one point.
No, it's just, it's almost like, it's weird. It's almost like it's wood, but it kind of was mushy a little bit, like clay. I couldn't really tell.
It's way harder than it ought to be.
That's what I
I
thought.
got through it, but then as soon as I did, I dropped that part.
I know. I did the same exact thing. I dropped the other piece too, and I didn't find it. All right, let me see if I can open this. I don't know what happened to the little branch I had. All right, you don't fall down. Oh, the window. I'm gonna put chick right here. I kind of like the skinnier ones instead of putting the molds in there, because then I know they'll fit. Alright. Come on, you're almost out of there. Oh, yeah. You still haven't found it?
No.
Do you need another one? I have a ton of them.
I suppose.
I love the long sigh. You don't understand. I have to have this mushroom.
What if I sweat? I'd find it, but
It probably went under the bed.
it's likely. Yeah, I guess. Mark another one, and I'll try to do it again.
I was going to stick that on the door, but I think I'll stick it. Oh, I thought they were upside down for a second. Let's stick that right there. Alright, let me see if I can find my pencil. Here you go. Oh, there it is. I found it. There it is. I was looking for that. Here. That's what I was getting my tweezers for. Originally, I set it right there by my computer. Let me get these little pieces out. Oh yeah, I got a ton of those. So I was like, be good. Alright, let me get this little branchy thing. No, I didn't want to do that. I had this for something. Oh, it was probably the book. They fell. There we go. I'm sure a little bit. I got those little things on the other side and they are awkward. All right. Oh, let's see what I got here. Oh, did you? Yeah, I had to. I usually change them out like once every week or two because it's about how long they last. All the little gems and whatnot will be like falling off because they get caught on everything. What the heck was that? Oh, no, I don't want to stick that there. See if I can put like right there. What is happening? My thing is, I keep seeing my tablet flash like it's like my video is messing up. Not really sure why. Alright. It's like a serious weird moon. Oh, Jeremy, when I'm done with live, remind me to tell you what I got an email from Stamperia.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Remind me to tell you what it is. I keep forgetting to tell you. I got it like a few days ago. Let me put this on here. Maybe a few stars. Send me tea too, I will. Oh wait, it's gonna make me mad. I was just like, wow. I like these little strawberries though. I totally forgot that I made the paper to go on the inside of this book too. Which, ever since flipping Adobe changed their stuff, I can't get anything to work right on there. Like, I can't get stuff to print out right. I can't do anything. So I've been having to print stuff from other things. They updated it and everybody's complaining about it. Like, I went onto message boards and I'm like, okay, good. It's not just me. Because I was about to lose it. I'm gonna stick some. I'm gonna put this way. I'm gonna put a little bit of strawberries on here. You didn't drop it again, did you?
No. But it came unglued and I need to.
I can glue it back in. I got glue over here. That's not a big deal at all. I'm just getting some more little cutout stuff and just kind of fencing them, like meaning sticking them on the fence. Hopefully they'll stay. I don't see why not. Oh wait, here's a little tiny one. Oh, he's cute. Look at this little snail right here. Give me that. Make sure I can get him out. They don't make these things easy. I'm gonna use my tweezers to kind of poke it. It reminds me of a snail, but I don't remember what movie. There's a giant snail, and everybody was inside of it. What the heck was it? And it was an old movie. It wasn't anything new. What the heck was that? What was that movie with a giant snail and people were inside of it? It was an old movie.
Dr. Doolittle?
Oh, yes, that's it. I'm going to put him up here. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
We have to clean the stem ends up a little bit.
Oh my gosh, it fits perfectly. Did you glue it?
I glued it back in, yeah.
No, it fits perfectly right in here. In this little divot. Oh crap, I can shut my door again. Look at that. Perfect. Let me scoot it in a little bit more. There we go. Ah! Oh, hold on. I just dropped it. All right. There we go. Got it in there. Let's let that dry. No, they were inside the peach. But this one, no, the old Dr. Dolittle, it had the guy from My Fair Lady in it. The one who was trying to teach her to be all proper and stuff. He played the original Dr. Dolittle. I just remember when they were traveling, they were inside the big snail, like, and I was like, that is amazing. I want that. That's what I want for my house. I remember as a little kid. It's an older movie. The Dr. Dolittle. Yeah, I remember that movie like it was yesterday too. I just couldn't think of the name of it. You stayed. There we go. But yeah, I remember. I totally remember that movie. Okay. All right. Let me get the other little. Do I have any? Okay. Put the little back thing on here. And then I will probably put my label. I don't think I'm going to put it on the back of this one. I think I may put it in the inside back cover. Sometimes I do that. All right. So we're all binding. See, I put them up there. Binding good. All right. I'm going to put some more little strawberries on here. Let's see. For some reason, I just don't think of steampunk when I think of gnomes. And it's hard for me to get jiggy with the steampunk stuff. So I've been kind of steering clear of that. I mean, yeah, there's some things you can make steampunk. Some things you just know. It's like having like a steampunk rose garden or something. I don't think that makes much sense. I mean, I'm sure it will, if you execute it right, it probably would, but that's the whole. Hang on, I'm trying to get this little thingy out. I hate the little circles that are in the middle because I feel like they're the hardest little flipping things to get out. To me, I would just make it like just paper cutouts and put them in a bag so people didn't have to do all this. All right. to steampunk is right there. Smell other people. Oh, I thought you said smell other people's butts for the night. Yeah, see, I don't know. I just think of like not woodland, steampunk. That's just me. I like it. Oh, I made Jeremy's head explode. Oh my god. I said something about Fallout, steampunk, uh post-apocalyptic thing, and he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, that would be cool." And he's like, "No, it wouldn't, because steampunk is running off of steam, and if you're doing Fallout, you're in stuff, and so it's not right." And I was like, "It is in my world." And he's like, "Oh my gosh." So I made his head explode again because of that. I love driving him crazy. I said it could be anything I want. You know. So yeah, I was driving him crazy with that. It's funny. I'm like, really? Is that all it takes? I just have to mention two different types of technology and you're losing it? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I'll have to remember that. One of these. Whoop. I'm off thumbs today. Sorry. I am. Oh, dang it. I'm actually quite happy with the door the way that it is. Let me see if I can open it. Let me make sure that works. Okay, good. I wonder if I could stick this. Let me see. Maybe like, I guess if it's like a light, I might stick it right here. All right, let me stick a. We're getting there, getting there. Embellishing part, to me, always takes me the longest. Like, I can push out a book like nobody's business, but when I gotta embellish the thing, that's when it takes longer. And what the heck was I gonna do? I'm gonna stick some froggies in the inside right here too. Okay, oh, that's good. Looking to make sure it was straight. All right. Oh, if you weren't at the beginning of my live, I made like some quick announcements. My 3 washi tapes are in my Etsy shop now. I have 5 that are supposed to be done at the end of this week coming up. Oblivion, Highland Cows, Black Swan, Gods and Goddesses, Labyrinth. I always forget that one. And then I have 7 that are in pre-production right now, and they'll be done in a couple weeks. And those are going to be my absolute favorite. Cannot wait. Actually, I always say that with every ones that I make, and then I'm like, oh, no, that one's my favorite. And then I'm like, nope, that one's my favorite. Nope, but like that one's my favorite. Actually, I'm kind of working on my favorite right now. Let me look and see. I don't think I'm going to use anything from there. What is this? looking at my little stickies. Whoop, 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 whoop. Your tape, I know. My tapes are my favorite too. Jeremy was just oohing and awing over them because he was like, gosh, they're such good detail. Oh, that's what I was doing. Froggies. And I was like, I know. Why I like them. Oh, there's my pencil. Let me see very quick. Let me quit leaving my glue out. Yeah, at the end of my thing. I'm not sure what it is. Oh my gosh, look. Look. It's some dry glue. I got it though. Oh, that always gives me the willies. I don't know why, but oh gosh, it makes me cringy, but I kind of like it cringy. Whoop. Now it's coming out a lot quicker. Giving me the willies. Totally digging these little tiny frogs. I put any on the outside, the one that's falling off. So I'll just leave them like that, I think. Alright, so I got those in there. Ooh, it fits. Alright, so there's my little mushroom. That's cute. If I ask my husband to do another one, I think his head will explode. So, did that. And then this is the back. So, this goes right there. Like that. So that we could, oh, you guys can see them. Sorry. It actually looks a lot better because the door was so plain before because I hadn't done anything yet to it. So yeah, that looks good. So I need to put my label thing in the inside. Let me do these. Let me take this off. I'm gonna set this right over here. All right, we are cruising. Miss Ruby is going to do a journal spread with the cows one. She's seen the pictures, you know, my drawing. She actually watched me draw a few of them because we were hanging out downstairs when she was done with schoolwork, and she saw me drawing a few of them, and she's like, "I like your cows, mommy," and I'm like, "Thank you." And she's And I said, when we get the stickers, I'll let you make a journal spread of it. And she was like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, yay. And then she had to go tell everybody. And then got in trouble because she yelled, Daddy, Mommy don't let me do a journal spread with cows. And he was on a meeting. And I said, Ruby, oh. All right. What did I just do with that? Read it. Oh, there it is. I don't think it. Let me see what I got here for Brits, because I want to do like this bright yellow. Gosh, that's. But you're not really gonna see it because I always fill them up. That actually probably would be better. Well, no, I'll just stick with the light pink, I guess. I thought it was like neon pink. No, that's good. We'll just do that one. We're in the closet. What's that mean? Like, I'm not in the closet. What are you talking about? I would be totally out of the closet. All right, I need to pick colors that kind of go with this. And I have these little doodads right here. I gotta remember these. These are gonna go on my little spine. Like, see, I got little peas. I got all kinds of good goodies. So yeah. These over. Christmas trees. This is my. I throw everything in a box. I need to. Let me get my hooks. I'm gonna make these to where they can come off, because I like buying thingies that are not permanent, because I've worked in journal books, and when they're permanent, they get in the way. And when they get in the way, they get on my nerves. When they get on my nerves, I know they're getting on other people's nerves. So, we get all this. I think I got pretty much everything. Oh, that's like some keeps rolling under my chair, and it's that bottle. All right, let me scoot forward again. Oy. Let's see, where is... I might not need it. Oh. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, and 4. What is wrong with you? I got something. I got an issue with my thingies here. Can't tell if one is too far out or too far in. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, walk-in closet. I was wondering what the heck you were talking about. Alright, I'm just gonna hook Leah's. Dang it, you! What is your deal? Stay out. My little, I have another pair of pliers that I have never used because my husband thought I needed them, even though I already had some. So if it ends up messing up, there we go. No. You know how they have the things inside the rubber? These right here, they keep coming out. I don't really know why. Alright, and then I'm just going to tie like this colored twine around it. Get it more squeezy together. I don't want it to come out. There we go. I don't really have any kind of method for doing these. I just do them the way that I think will hold up. Put a knot in there. So this will clip onto here when it's done, and then I'll put one at the end so it will be like that on there. Speaking, all right, let me go ahead and let me trim this down. Okay, I think like greens and yellows maybe will be good. I'm going to start out with the yellow. Put a big in at the end. I'm just going to get a bunch of stuff out. That may work. Kind of like, let me get one for each of those. Nature-y kind of stuff. I'm making sure I get extra ones out because every single time I do this, I'm like, oh, I forgot to get the extra ones out for the other side or for the other one, and then I'm here digging and digging. I don't know if I'm ever going to use these, so maybe now is the time. Use these big old yellow ones because I have not had anything to use for them. Y'all hear Jack barking, just ignore him. Being a big baby. Let's see, so do that. Get rid about there. That actually might work. And then I'm going to add some more stuff to it. These are going to be like the back ones, like the background dancers of the spot of the Fandangle. What I call them. Oh, I forgot I was going to use that one. This one. Here, let me do this. Do this. I try to make them look like symmetrical because if they don't, it will run all over me. If you hear monster sounds, that's just Jack pushing his weight around. He's like a year-old puppy and he thinks he's like a big old brute, but he's a big marshmallow. Such a wuss. He like would sit there, if you said, Jack, what are you doing? He would pee on himself. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let me see how much room I have. Okay, so if I tie it, oh, that's like perfect. All right, gotta get gumdrops. All right, let me set this right here. Get my other little hook going on. Alright. Well, I'm okay with that. I'm just not okay if you start asking me to do weird stuff. Like, you know, I have no idea what. If you start asking me to do weird stuff, I'm out. Now, one thing I do like to do is I'm going to put just a dab of glue where I had knotted it, just to hold it in place. Just a little bit. Oh crap. Me dropping everything. The only bad thing about having nails is you can't ever do anything with them. Listen here, Heifer. You're gonna get in there. I don't care what you say. I'm gonna put it up like that. Ooh, that one is stiff. Hang on. Let me trim it this way. I just make everything 10 times harder on myself. I know it. There we go. Alright. Then, let me do the other one, and then I'm going to put all the little extra little dangly wanglies on there. Then do, whoops, my little seal of approval for the inside. And if I can find the rub-ons, I'll put some rub-ons on the thing, but if I can't, not a big deal. Come on, hands function. I'm like having arthritis problems with my hands here lately. And I thought I was too old to get arthritis. No. Or too young to get arthritis, not too old. And I've had problems with it since I was like in my 30s. Because my doctor said it's my fault. That's the price of playing an instrument. So, just like, you know, ballet dancers, they mess up their feet. Yep. Musicians mess up their hands. And then you're like, oh, and can't move. What the heck? Ella. She's down there making all kinds of crazy noises. Hang on, I'm trying to get this knot to tighten. There we go. I think I got it. Alrighty, so we got one of these. Hang on. Fandangle, yeah. Exactly. It's usually my favorite time because that means I'm almost done. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let me find. I can't find any green round ones, and I'll use yellow, I think. I'm going to do an opposite thing. I like it when I use like my beads that, like, it's not like the same color that I would always use. You know, it's different. One, that helps use up your stuff, but too, it's nice to do something different. Here, I'll just use this yellow one if I can find another one. Oh, found another one too. I know I need 1, 2, 3. I didn't even think about it. I had some other ones. Dang, how big are those? Oh, those are. Actually, I'll do that, and I'll use that one in the middle. Okay, what's next? One of these. There's this big one right here. Yeah, that looks good. All right, let me set this down. Let me get my other little hooker. Hook, not hooker, hook. Glasses cleaned. What the heck? That's a foreign concept to me because I stopped wearing glasses when I was 15 years old, and I was like, never again. Because I had been wearing glasses since I was like 5. Boop, 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 boop. Hold on. Wait a minute. What did I do here? Echo. Stop. All right. There we go. I'm going to go in here. We're going to tie this bad boy and put that up. And then we're going to get a bunch of not hookers. We're not getting hookers this time. We're getting bulb pins and safety pins and all kinds of pins and pin it. Yeah, there we go. All right, let me put some glue, a little knot. there's those two. Now let me move this stuff out of the way so my book can fall over. We'll put these back, and then I'm going to get my bulb pins so I can put all these other little charmy things on there. Back under there. And I may do a little ribbon charm thing. Where are those? Oh, I do have these weird safety pins. I don't even know what the heck you would call these things. Oh, here's some hooker clasp, hook clasp. I have, let's see, what are the pins? Buttons. Oh, there they are. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know what you would call these, but I have some of these. Oh, that would be an awesome. You know what? I could put. Oh, that's so good. Look at this. I think what I'm going to do, if it will reach, but I doubt it will. Look, it's just a hair too small. Unless I do it like that. I like that. Let me see if I could do it in a way where it will. That way I can be extra. Because then this will also kind of help keep it closed. So instead of like a ribbon closure or some crap like that, I can do this, look. And then I can put all the little thingies on there. Does it look dumb or does it look like it works? Or I could put one of these doohickeys like on each end of one, and then it would go like this in the middle. Hang on, let me do this. Because I got these little, let me find that. I forgot I have the chain ones too. These, I like these. I can do this. One, whoop, whoop, whoop. One on this end. And then it could hook into that. And then like one on this end. And then it could kind of, look, it could hang like that. I think that would work better. Yeah, see, one is a hair too short, I think. Unless I could put it on a certain way and it will reach. But I have to have it even, because if I don't, it will make me crazy. And we don't want that. Yeah, I think I'm going to try that. Let's try it, shall we? I do have those ones that have the little, yeah, these little thingies on there. So I can hook it. We can hook on to the thing. Can hook inside there. Let's see if I can get it in there. Like that. And that way it can go Shaboom. And then put it on it. And that way, look, see, that way it won't get in the way. It'll look like it's supposed to be like pinned in there, but it's technically not. There we go. So then I will put little doodads on there, like so, and then they can hang. I think that would work. I don't think that would. It's interesting. We'll leave it like that. It's interesting. Alright, I'm gonna get some ball pins. Oh, no, let's not do that. I need to make sure I get some more bronze ones of those, because I would have rather used bronze, but I didn't have any more. Let's clean over it. Wait a minute, hang on. Just getting a bunch out. Alright. We have, of course, the mushrooms, the pea pods, little house. Not sure. This one probably matches better. And we got, it looks like garlic. Got a bigger one. Also have some in the inside. I think, yeah. Oh, that's kind of cute. Somebody gave that to me. Oh, here we go. That has actual mushrooms on it. Alright, let's see what we can do with this. Yeah, because I have some pin spots for the inside as well. I have some with boogies. What is that? Oh, it's an owl. Oh, here's one with a snail. Got tons of butterfly stuff. Oh, I have one of these. I forgot I have a whole bunch of those too, which I could dig those out. I may have another ant too, I think. We shall see. I'll put a few on here, and then I can go to the inside and put a few on that also. I have strawberries. I totally forgot about those charms. I have to jump up there on my bed and get them because my shelf is up there. I remember now. Let me grab those because I'll forget again. Yeah, like they're tinkers. Like they're tinker fairies. That's what I do. I go around my house and I look for stuff that I could use. And I'm like, my husband calls me a tinker fairy. I can't remember what drawer it's in, so I gotta pull one out and hope for the best. And of course, it's gonna be the last one. Good Lord, I can't even reach it. There we go. Yeah, here they are. I was in my repurposed thing. You got strawberry. Lemons. It's just been sitting in here, just hanging, waiting to be used. Let me get the small ones out because I want to do the small one. I mean, I could do one big one. I don't want to do too many. Too many fruits. Hello, hello. I'm gonna do like one huge one on the here. Put it like in the middle. That'll work. Maybe put one over here too. You know what I actually can do? Let me do this. There we go. Kind of put one strawberry on each little doodad or something. Because there is a lot of strawberry stuff in this collection. Alright, here I'll put the mushroom on here. The little garlic thing. This is the time that I like to get bougie with it, and I'm not even sorry. Never be sorry for going all bougie like. Let me see. Let me do this tiny one. All right, and then the last one sunflower. Alright, one of those. Maybe we'll do a small strawberry. Yeah, that kind of makes it uneven. Let's not do that. We'll do those in the inside. I'll do this thing. Maybe even the snail. Alright, so there we go. We got all our little goody goody goodies right here. And then we got the where's my strawberries and all that stuff right here. So now the book, it ain't coming open, even if this one does. Look, there we go. So that'll be its extra closure. And then you could just sit here and go boom, like that. And then one side's down. I like that. I may have to remember that. And remember to do that. Okay, let me put some little spine dangly wanglies in here. Let me see if I can get some of these out of the way first. Alright. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Let me do these in here, and then I'm going to put my label in. And then I think that's about it. And then I'll show the whole entire book again with all the pages I made and all that lovely stuff. I used too much paint. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I got it. Yep, lots one. And if I do, I may put like a hat or two or something later on, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm wanting to move on from this book. It's been fun, but time to move on. That's why I put these little things right here. I like to put charms. There you go, like that. I'll put one more. Whoa. That one just went right. Yep, this little shovel. I don't know what it says on it. Let me see. It says something in a foreign language, so I don't know. Almost looks Greek. There you go. I don't know why, but I like this bug. That one may be too heavy for that one. I'll put that one on the other one. All right. Oh, I got too much stuff out. Too much stuff. Hang on, let me find somewhere to put all this. Okay, get my all right, I'll talk to you later. Have fun. Let's grab a piece of paper. This will work. Go. If you've ever purchased one of my books before, they all have my little label on them. Most of them do. If I could fit it on there. If I can't, like on normal size books like this is where I put them on there. Alright, so I usually put these on the outside, but I have the fence and stuff there, and I don't want to make it any more bulky. So I am going to add it on the inside back cover here. I could add it right there, but I think it'll be a little bit right here is good. tell you, this book, well, books, plural. All right, let me give that a minute to dry. And I'll kind of recap. All right, so I started out with, hang on one second. Let me look at this real quick. Gosh, there's like a 30-second. Okay, that's good. I started out with making the book like this. And this is my own design book that I've done for a few years now, sometimes. And I did most of this on live, I think. I also made, I usually take the charms off because of this reason, but I also made matching lined paper to go with the theme of the book. See a little hedgehog and everything. Got some grass and frogs, more strawberries, little houses, mushrooms, little girl gnome, you know, that kind of other mushrooms. I had like some trees and whatnot, and there's 2 signatures on each side. I also did pocket pages. I have these in here, and where's the other one? This is a pocket page right here. Let's see. Oh, I also have a little boy gnome too. There he is, right there. And here's the other little thing. And so there's 2 signatures on each side, 4 signatures total. Same over here. Let me put it up this way. And so I got the little charms on here. Hopefully won't get in the way. Oh no, they're good. And then it comes to a close right here where it latches like that. And then I just added this. So this is like a little extra. Let me go under here. There we go. Little extra closure that is hooked to a double spine dangle, whatever you want to call it. There we go. We got charms on the inside, charms on the outside, like that. That's the window side. And then we have, so that's book number 1 technically. So then I made the window book right here. And this is just a little tiny book in the shape of a window that's usable.
Do you want some hot dogs in the air fryer?
What did Daddy buy some?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure, I guess. Shut my door, thank you. And what I did was, this is the side window, and it's magnet on there, just like that. Then made the front door, and hold on, let me pull this up just a hair. So front door, and I embellished it with some moss that I molded on there. And this is an actual book right here, front door book. And actually the front door actually opens. Oh good, my thing's done. Right here, I got little froggies in there and stuff. Little mushroom. And then this is the actual book. And I think I didn't make this book on live, but I can make one in a different theme on live. And so I did all these little pages in here. And this is actually a spineless one. The signatures don't go through the spine. I did them separate. So let me tie this one back up. And then this one is going on the front cover. So this is book number 3. So the whole collection is called Hidden Grove, so I did hidden books that are disguised. So this one goes right there on the front cover, like this, like that. Let's see, I embellished it today. So window, that one, and then I did a folio type book the last time. I won't open it up because it's such a pain. And that one is what goes here in this pocket on the back cover. Oop, knocking everything down, knocking all this one down. Right there in the back cover. Okay, then that's book 1, 2, 3, 4. That's book number 4. Then we had to have a roof. So move this over. Here is the roof that goes on top that I made. No, shut up. Thank you. That thing goes off at the weirdest time. So here is the roof right here, and I made the roof from scratch out of chipboard. And of course we have the hidden book right here. I actually may be able to slide this out without untying it, and then I don't have to worry about trying to tie those things again. Let's see, maybe. Here we go. So this is hidden book 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here, and that goes on the roof right here, and I had it tied kind of in so it would stay still. I'll have to retie it, but that's okay. And then we have the dormer is the next book right here, which actually contains the next book in that too. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is number 6, and this, the Mouse House book, is number 7 right here. That can actually open up with little tiny pictures in there, moss and stuff, and has the book in there. So this is the Mouse House book, and that was book number 7. And then I made a little display. I have gnats in here. It's probably because of this moss. The little display. Let's go down here, shall we? And we'll go up like this. The open display in here. And there's a sink I made on live. See, there's stuff all up on the counters, and the little table, got some wine, and then just put some more books in there, stuff on the wall, little grass rug. And so it can sit like this open and be displayed or closed, whichever. So like that. And then just locks like that. And then this goes of the book. Let me back it up here because it's kind of tall. I'm dropping sticks off of it too. Such as, where are we? There we go. There we go. Just like that. And we got our little whimsy house. Hold on. That thing came undone. So that way we got our hidden doohickeys all up in there. So that is the whole kit and caboodle. Oh my gosh, that was such a chore, I'll tell you. So 7 in 1 book. 7 hidden books, or 7 books in one thing. There you go. You can see it. Dormer, the other roof one, door, window. Here's the side. I like jammed packed. The sucker full. Right here, so we did the spine dangle and the closure. Right here, there's a little window back there. Got the folio one back here. There's the other book. And then we got our window book right here. And then, of course, the door book, which is probably my favorite, and the dormer. So, yay, all done. So I think this book is finished, and I will be starting a new book probably next week. So yippee, yippee, yippee. So I'm going to make a recap video. If you want to see the building of any part of this that I've done on live, you can go on my YouTube channel. Whoops, sorry guys. You can go on my YouTube channel, 4 Girls Stole My Heart, and you'll see how I built the whole kit and caboodle from scratch. I'm finished.
Are you?
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Now I get to start a new book. How's it look? Look at my door.
Splendiferous. Yeah. Looks good.
And look, my spine dangles. Look what I did.
I don't like that.
I knew it. I knew it. You don't like my bougie stuff?
No, you know why I don't like that.
No, that's why I
I
asked.
don't like dangly things. And I don't know.
Oh, that's funny.
Too much like tassels.
Too much like tassels. I know you hate tassels. But anywho, so I should be on Tuesday, as long as nothing's going on. And I'll make a recap video. And like I said, if you want to see the rest of the videos of me building the monstrosity, you can go to my YouTube channel. It's linked in my bio. 4 Girls Stole My Heart. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. You guys have a nice weekend and enjoy it. I think the sun's shining fine.